ladies and gentlemen, please can I ask that you move into the main conference area. So if I could like to invite all the people, get your last cup of coffee, make your way. We are starting sharply at 15 minutes past 10. So I can ask everybody from the catering area to move and make their way to the main hall, main conference area. And if we can then fill seats, please. Thank you so much.
Everyone has it inside. It does not sleep at night.
Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you all doing this morning? Thanks for being here. It's nice to see a good turnout and that we showed those guys at Eskom we can drive through traffic. There's some guys still stuck, so I'm sure the room will fill up. But thank you very much for taking the time and braving the traffic to meet with us today. I am 100% convinced that you'll walk away here really amazed with the messaging from Juniper, the messaging from NEC, and how we are working together to make changes in real people's lives. So my name is Rudy Wright, and I'll be your host today, and I'll MC you through and try and navigate all the messaging to get us to the end and make sure we all get something to take home. That piece of information that's going to make a difference in your lives tomorrow. So first up, please allow me just to quickly go through our agenda for the event. So we are going to start off with opening and just setting the scene from the Executive Communications Cluster from NEC. We're going to move over to Neil, who's going to really just set the scene around Juniper and their strategy. We are then have a esteemed guest, Isha here. And I can tell you, I've never met a geekier person than Aisha. She is amazing, and she's passionate about her product management, and she comes with a wealth of knowledge, so much so that I need to thank the guys who is watching us on live stream. We live streams are actually connecting as we speak, that the sessions that she is dealing, she will not be allowed to publish this over live stream because she's sharing some sensitive information. So during those sessions, you will be the only people that will be able to see it. So we also ask that you don't take photos of any of the slides, but just take notes from it. So Aisha, I'm looking forward to those sessions. And then obviously, my favorite speaker, which I've spoken with many a times, with David Ball. David, thanks for all of your support all of these years. And I'm sure again today, you won't disappoint with your message. And that takes us into lunch. I will cater for the rest of the presentation, the rest of the agenda post-lunch. We are going to try and manage load shedding, because as you saw, we have a slight switch over as soon as we move from stages. Now at this stage, we are currently sitting at load stage 6, so we expect switch over only to happen after 2 o'clock. If that changes in any way and we get graded down, we will have a 12:30 cutover. So we might make some changes to the agenda based on what we're seeing from a load shedding perspective. So with no further ado, please allow me to welcome on stage and a big round of applause for the Executive Communication Cluster, NEC Africa.
Thank you, Rudy. It is indeed an honor for us to have you, our customers, here today. And I know that it is not always that easy to take our time out of your busy schedules to be here. But it's really an honor for us at NEC as well as Juniper to have you here today. You know, what we will do and try and demonstrate to you is the partnership and the solid partnership that we have with Juniper over so many years. And that we truly, joined by the hip, as we journey this together with yourselves in order to make sure that you get what you pay for and that you get the service that you deserve. And by joining Juniper on a journey that's been almost over the last 26 years, we have really built a solid base and a solid platform to ensure that whatever we give you is class-leading and is best in breed as we move forward, not only in South Africa, but in Africa as a whole. So just a little bit of history about NEC for those that might not know, is the company is about 26 years old. Way back in 2015, NEC joined forces with Exxon, hence NEC Exxon. They acquired 25% stake, and that grew to a majority shareholding through to 2018. And ever since, it was the case. And it's really a solid partnership that we have with them, and it has really teed us up to be a global player. What is great about that is that we can leverage resources that we never had access to, and there already is some significant proof as to how we have collaborated with some of the best resources that they have in India. So, the one thing that I've learned, because I'm and Johan are pretty new to NEC Exxon. I've been in the company for the last 3 years. But you know, in the last 3 years, I've grown passionately close to the business because of certain things. And let me highlight some of those certain things. Is that you work with a group of people that are absolutely passionate about what they do. They are so skilled and knowledgeable in the areas that they operate within, and specifically within the Juniper space. We have more than 25 certified engineers that will really take care of a multifaceted approach in terms of the entire product portfolio. More so, it actually also addresses the completeness of the systems integration skills that we have. So from a scale and a complexity point of view, I think we have some scars to attest that over the years, we have really become extremely good at what we do within the Juniper space. And I hope to share a couple of that in the presentation as we go forward. We are a level 1 BE company, and 30% is owned by Capella. More so about South Africa, and you know, the very, very first thing I did 3 years ago is to go through the strategic document of the company and where we stand, and you know, what the split is between the various portfolios and how we teed up in South Africa versus the rest of Africa. And we have really grown successfully and significantly into Africa without taking our eye off the ball what is going on in South Africa. We have an extensive footprint. We've got people and offices in Lagos, in Nigeria, in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Windhoek, in Namibia, and we've also recently established a couple of resources in the DRC, mainly because we have extended sort of our reach and our product offering and our portfolio in conjunction with Juniper into what I term, and I can't say that here, one of the most challenging parts in Africa. And, you know, we are now in the planning phase, and I'll share a little bit about that as we move forward. But as you can see behind me, an extensive footprint that we have in Africa. Currently, well, 3 years ago, we did about 30% of our turnover into Africa. Today, it's closer to 38%. And if we do everything right, we should be about 50% of our total turnover soon. Some time ago, the company also realized that, you know, having 13 to 14 different sort of sets of products, mini portfolios, that was sort of managed on a very, very flat basis, was probably not the most clever thing to do. About 2.5 years ago, they started grouping that into clusters to leverage the necessary synergies, which we did. And we've done that now for the last 18 months, almost 2 years. And it's really proven, you know, the cross-collaboration that we could have within a cluster. But the biggest spin-off that we had as we move forward was the cross-collaboration between clusters, and also how we can actually get wider and deeper into the customer base with a more comprehensive set of solutions. And you know, the four cluster heads plus Gary, who's the VP for Africa, really getting to grips with how we actually take on the challenge towards the customer and making sure that we become a more complete and cohesive unit as we move forward with you, our customers. So my portfolio is bottom right, which is the communication cluster, and probably that is where the focus is going to be today, mainly looking after a set of products and services that is clustered around wireless business, networking business, and also of late, the 4G, 5G Open RAN. So, you know, from a global leadership point of view, I think that is also really important, is that it is important to us to also leverage off our global position that we have. You know, so working closely with NEC, working closely with NEC Japan, it really does give us the capability to leverage off some really solid service-based skills, consultancy-based skills that we can actually integrate into our portfolios, and that is starting to take some traction. You know, there is more than 7 R&D labs that we have access to, some real innovation that NEC is doing in those particular R&D centers. Willem and I spent some time also in Japan about, well, probably a year ago, and also then to go wider than just spending time with NEC, but also then spending time with some of our ecosystem partners in the 4G, 5G Open RAN space. So from an operations point of view, leveraging the strengths of NEC is really key for us to actually leapfrog us further into the continent, and making sure that we can actually play towards the strengths of the global capability that we have. So one of the big challenges really, and it will remain for a long time, you know, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see that we have successfully addressed that in Africa. You know, if you just look at the unique mobile user base at this stage, which is projected to grow from about 500 million to just over 600 million by 2025, that is just sort of addressing 50% of the market size or the population within Africa at this stage. So that penetration rate is still low. And no matter where you go, and no matter who you speak to in the telco or service provider space, you will come to the realization that connecting the unconnected remains extremely difficult. So that is a challenge that needs to be addressed. But I don't necessarily want to talk about the unconnected and the big challenge in order to get to the unconnected and how we're actually going to grow the penetration, whether it's mobile, whether it's fixed wireless broadband. The fact of the matter is the data usage projected over the next 18 to 24 months is set to double. Now, if all of that is true, it does mean that somewhere along the line, how you're going to transport and deliver on that ambition would mean that the connectivity layer needs to increase. Your transport layer has to increase. The way you actually connect to the customer base will have to fundamentally change as you grow. And we also do know that a large chunk of that is locked up in mobile. And that really speaks back to our relationship with Juniper as to how we, as an SI, are going to help sort and play into the hands of the service providers and the telcos in order to meet that challenge. And we are really excited to work closely with Juniper in order to achieve that. Some of the solutions portfolio, I've spoken about 4G, 5G Open RAN, the ecosystem that we have created for Africa, because what we wanted to do is to be really clear on how that ecosystem needs to look like in order to get the best of breed partners, of which Juniper is part of, in order to meet the challenge. And for us, it's a significant push to be the first SI to challenge the big four in the telco space. Huawei, ZTE, Ericsson's, and Nokia, where we as an SI can come up with an alternative proposal which we have designed, which we have planned out, which we have workshopped with multiple players in order to deliver that to our customers. On the network management monitoring side, unified enterprise networks, the network security options, the software-defined networks, and also then on the MPBN stuff, which we have worked closely with Juniper, and I will just share some of the successes that we've had in that space. On the services side, the one thing that we're really good at is that from a multi-vendor, multi-domain perspective, we can design, we can plan, we can implement, and we can support that well. And working with, again, our partners, specifically Juniper, to do so, we are taking huge strides into the continent in order to show up some of those four, the big four, in the telco space. And for us as an SI, that is really a great challenge to actually work with some great partners in order to achieve that. So recently what we have done is we have sold an MPBN network to Airtel. It started off at Gabon, Rwanda, Madagascar, Kenya, and now in the DRC. We have already implemented and completed 2 of those. The third one is about done. There is just 1 box to tick. Kenya, we've successfully delivered on phase 1. We're busy with phase 2. And we're kicking off the DRC pretty soon. So, and all of this actually started in the COVID times. And, the challenges we had in order to get the kit into the country, working very closely with Japan, working very closely with Juniper in order to get the kit here, making sure that we actually get it delivered to the right places, making sure that we're doing the staging, working with some of the implementation partners, and to collaborate smartly to actually make it work. And understand you're getting into the core of the network. And I can't necessarily repeat Hussein's words in Kenya, but if you fiddle in the core and you bring the core down, you're in trouble. And you're working on live systems. And we've done that successfully. So that is fantastic. We have now done and also successfully received some orders from, and some significant orders from Orange, and we're working with them in the planning phases and the design phases, all going well. And at least, we've proved with Airtel, which is really a challenging customer, that we can do that successfully. And we most certainly will replicate that and even get better as we move forward into Orange. We've done some significant work with Vodafone Ghana, Safaricom, Tanzania and Mozambique. And then locally, one of our biggest customers last year, and probably our biggest customer this year, will be Metro Fiber Networks. And any one of you that have ever worked with Metro Fiber will know that they are demanding, they know what they want, they on it, they're with it, and at the end of the day, you can't bullshit them. So, and we are doing exceptionally well in that space, and Yuri and his customers can attest to that. Some accolades. It doesn't come as a surprise because, we've really worked hard at it over the last 4, 5, 6 years with Juniper. So, the awards span back more than 4 years. But last year we were the Juniper Partner of the Year, NEC Exxon, which was great. But further to that, NEC as a whole was awarded the Juniper Worldwide Alliance Partner for the year 2002. And again, NEC Exxon, us moving together with Juniper, we really makes our partnership stronger and stronger as we move forward. So, I just want you to know one thing. If that takeaway today is just that one thing, I really want you to know that we, NEC Exxon, in collaboration with Juniper and in the future other partners, you have to consider us as one of your SIs of choice in Africa. I've traveled through most of the countries in Africa. I worked in Nigeria for 2.5 years of my life. I've seen the capability of people operating in Africa. Africa is not that easy. But I'm a firm believer in NEC Exxon, the capabilities that we have, and that we are a leading SI in Africa. So, my question to you is, you have to, if you want to make a decision to move forward with an SI, you have to consider us, without a shadow of doubt. It's World Cup Rugby time, and it would be an absolute amiss if I didn't try and link at least that last message with the World Cup Rugby.
'Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, bring a friend, join the crowd. Whoever wanna come along. Word up, talk, just move right up the wall. Daylight, skies are light.
He didn't look when he kicked. You don't have to look any further. Just do it. Thank you very much.
So I guess message received, Wally. No more looking around. They can kick and know that the project will land exactly where you've planned it to be. So I can also attest to that. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but I was given this kick on the left and say, here's your hospital pass, go and help us with the Airtel project. Go work in this live environment every night from 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the mornings. And we do that every night of the week. And we've done that for the past few months across the different countries. And it's amazing to see how a global community supports this initiative that we've got in Africa, from India to Asia Pac, helping us to make sure we do not let our customers down. We cannot let countries fail because we make a mistake. So I am absolutely honored to have with us Neil McRae. He's the Chief Network Strategist for Juniper, working in London on automation, green network agenda, and he's supporting the enterprise networking providers today. So welcome, Neil, and I'm sure your message will be well received.
Welcome, everybody. I kind of feel I've just been kind of kicked in the gut, because that was Scotland that was playing rugby. And the worst part about it was Scotland thought they were beaten by a supermarket team. Which, given how well they played, they probably could have been. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil McRae. I look after... My role at Juniper is to kind of bring what we're building and focus it on service providers and enterprises. My background is I worked where you work today, in service providers. So I ran technology at British Telecom for the last 10 years. Before that, I worked for Cable and Wireless Vodafone, Colt Telecommunications. So I've been in the service provider industry since the 90s. And I've actually worked with Juniper for about 25 years. Rami, our CEO, I've known him forever. And Pradeep, our founder, I met him when he was looking for money to set Juniper up. So I've got a very strong relationship with Juniper. And the thing that I really want to call out, in telecoms, we talk about partnership a lot. But I never felt that it was a meaningful thing. But when I look at the partnership that NEC and Juniper have, and I was just in Japan recently, it's an incredibly tight partnership, hugely valuable, and amazing feedback between the organizations to drive what's right for customers. What I'm going to talk a bit about today is to try and help steer this region a little bit away from some of the mistakes that other parts of the world have done in telecoms. And let me tell you, I don't know if you know this, but the biggest growth in telecoms for the next 5 years is here in Africa. It's not in America, it's not in Europe, it's not in Asia, it's here in Africa. This is the place to be if you want to be building and creating and going out and doing stuff with telecoms. But what you don't want to do is do what some of the other service providers what some of the other service providers have done, which in some ways has been great, but other ways could have been better. So Juniper, our strategy is focused on experience first. There's nothing worse when you're watching something or doing something on the network and it doesn't quite work. And in fact, at BT, when we kind of measured those interruptions, it took about 15 interruptions for a customer to then go and find another provider. So you had 15 little blips, no matter where they were or how they were. That was enough to piss them off to go and then look at another provider. And in a market like the UK, there's no growth. It's you win customers, you win it off another player. That's the way that market is. So we became very focused on how do you build the best network, how do you build a network that customers can depend on, and also to avoid other mistakes where, well, we'll give you 100% SLA, and if it doesn't work, we'll just give you some money. Customers, initially loved that, but more and more thought, actually, I need it to work. And the great thing, the power of the network, the thing I love about networking is we make a difference to people's lives that few other industries do. I mean, it's incredible over the last 10 years how the world has changed, all powered by telecommunications. So in that, we're kind of focused in 3 areas. AI-driven enterprise. So we have a platform called Mist, and this is a great thing about where we are in Juniper. We are so far ahead of the competition in AI and leveraging AI. It's almost comical to some extent. We've got a learning platform that has learned so much from our Mist deployment that we're now taking that learning and applying it to other parts of the network. So in the automated WAN and service provider, in data centers, we're taking what we've learned and taking that AI to help us automate the network. And then that's the next crucial thing, is how do you build a platform, how do you build a network that effectively runs itself? And why is that important? Well, I'm going to explain why it's important. But the summary is it's going to allow you to focus on other things. So this is, I want to give you what I call the unvarnished truth, which is what is the state of the industry. So this is Europe enterprise communications by revenue, 3% growth over the next 3 years. And if you've been building 5G, let me tell you, that isn't going to pay back the investment that you've made on 5G, 3% growth. ARPUs in Europe on a downward trend and continue to reduce or are flat. And most of the, whilst the ARPUs are flat or reducing, customers are using more and more and more data and transmission. So, you know, if you're investing in building networks, but you're getting paid less to do more, that's a massive challenge. And it's a challenge that most of the other networks across the world didn't really face into early enough. This is the good news story, though. This is revenue growth over the next, I think, 4 years. And what you'll see here is all the growth, when you dig into this presentation, all of it is here in Africa. But it's along the lines of what's happened elsewhere in Europe and in the US, and most recently I was in Japan, and we see it even in the Japanese market. And that kind of translates into telco transformation. How do we become more than just infrastructure players? And the whole world's kind of been focused on, you know, okay, we build infrastructure, that's great, and in Africa there's still a lot of infrastructure to be built, which is fantastic, but the pace here, I'm amazed. You know, having built, I was involved in building the ESAT cable, and seeing since when I was last involved in that to where Africa is today, it's amazing the pace of building. But I wanted to use this slide because it kind of highlights a problem in my view. I'm going to run through these, and this is the audience participation moment. I hope you're ready. So, who thinks, I'm just going to cover the top 5. Out of, if I would say cloud and cloudification is the most important part of telco transformation, who's putting their hand up? No one? Okay. Artificial intelligence, machine learning? Okay, a couple of folks. 5G? Couple of folks. Data analytics. More. Software-defined infrastructure. Even more. Open RAN. 2 people. Wow. Okay. Orchestration and automation. Quite a lot more folks. Process automation, OSS and BSS, so customer journeys. Blockchain. No one. Yes. So here's the thought. So this was carried out by IDC. This was a survey last year, and I was kind of surprised by this because I asked folks, "What does cloudification mean?" And I never get a similar answer, but 76% think it's the top 5 most important things to do. And for me, that's what that says to me is are we actually listening to our customers and what they need, or what we could build for our customers, what services we want? Then I look at our friends, the hyperscalers, who are offering more and more services over the fantastic infrastructure that we're building. And in my mind, what I believe is what needs to happen in telco transformation is how do we really build a platform for customer experience? How do we then use that platform to offer customers infrastructure-based services like private 5G networks, data center solutions for their own IT, Mist solutions for enterprises, and how do we build the core infrastructure, the service provider infrastructure that gives them the reliability that they need? And my colleague Aisha is going to talk more about some of the details of what we're building in Metro to enable that. But the other thing that's really top of mind is building solutions for specific industries and enterprises. It's one of the big growth areas. but it's really, really, really hard because you've got to know that industry, you've got to partner with that industry, and what in my so I run the engineering team at BT. What I was trying to do there was optimize the network so I could free up resources to work on these customer solutions, and these are some of the things. So we've been building networks to power this thing, this smartphone, for the last, was it 17 years? 2007 the iPhone was launched, and before that. And there's not many service providers make money out of this device, but Apple make tons of money out of it. And what I believe we need to do, and what we're trying to build and support to help you build, is how do we build solutions that go beyond the smartphone? How do we take the network into places the network's never been before? And then how do we then bill and charge for that and make much more value than just people watching YouTube? Don't get me wrong, I love YouTube, phenomenal platform, but none of us make any money out of watching YouTube. How do we build more trust? So when you survey customers, we find that telecommunications companies and service providers are highly trusted, and actually customers are calling out for them to do more services, particularly in security, particularly in availability, but also in how you run an organization. Service providers and telcos, we're the geniuses of managing really difficult processes. We're the geniuses of getting stuff built. We're the geniuses of making it work. And we're actually better than many of the cloud guys in terms of availability, in terms of capability. And how do we take that brilliant set of core skills that we've been using to build infrastructure for the past 10 years, 20 years, and how do we take it into customers to give them that much more valuable network-based customer experience? And this, one of the key things around this is how do you build a telco cloud platform, and we've worked with quite a few of you in this room and across the world in building that telco platform. Juniper helped me build BT's telco platform, currently supports 38 million SIMs in the UK, and it allows BT to roll out new services just by clicking their fingers. No big builds, it's all automated, and leveraging Paragon automation, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later on. So building an outstanding customer experience is crucial, but it's not easy. You've got continual traffic pressure, you've got network complexity, you've got cloud traffic appearing from all over the place, and the kind of cloud, I was doing a bit of research before I came to Johannesburg, and what I found was the cloud's kind of developing in different parts of Africa in different ways, but the hyperscalers are investing big on network to bring their capabilities here. So you're going to see a big set of traffic swings as the cloud becomes much more prevalent here and businesses start to leverage it much more. And social impact, I don't have to tell anyone in this room, we make a massive difference to ordinary people's lives, and that is only getting more and more important and more crucial for the people that use the network. And then, optimizing that means you need to kind of think a bit of more of as a digital service provider. How do you build a network with agility? How do you automate operations? How you integrate the cloud and the content and the things your customers are interested in? But more importantly, how do you build your own content and services and capabilities that customers want? And then carrier grade high availability, that's telco 101, that's service provider 101, that's what we do day in, day out. We're the geniuses of that, and we'll get that part right. And then in experience first, so this is really what everything we're doing in Juniper is focused towards, which is really making it easy, one, to leverage our platforms, and we've got some work to do on that. Not everything's perfect, but we've made it a lot better. For example, we put out less Junos releases than we've done before. That's to make it easier for you to upgrade and easier for you to move forward. We're focused on CSPs and helping CSPs transform into service providers that can leverage cloud and cloud technologies. Why is that important? Because the cloud platforms automate and scale like nothing else you've ever seen. Just being able to suddenly scale out or scale up a massive application is hugely valuable. And then differentiation with security and intelligent automation means that you're able to make commitments to customers and stand by them. But not only that, keep them secure, and again, customers trust us in the service provider world and telco world to provide that security. And I want to focus on this slide for a little bit, because this is, for me, this is the money slide to some extent. We're focused here at this kind of network infrastructure layer, and we've done an absolutely amazing job here, all over the world. You know, it's hard to say that we as telcos and service providers have not done a sterling job here. The world is connected in a way that 20 years ago you could never imagine. But unfortunately, this is becoming more and more commodity-based. It's becoming more and more utility, like gas and electricity and water. People are kind of just expecting this. They expect 4G and 5G, they expect Wi-Fi, they expect broadband. And of course, you're still building out infrastructure in lots of places. Actually, all over the world right now, there's a fiber rush where there's tons of fiber to the home being built across the world. But what's happening is the value is starting to move up here. And we as telcos need to think about how do we move up this value chain so that the customers who trust us to provide broadband today also want to trust us to provide connected home, also want to give us a business in a box that allows us to run a retail store or a warehouse or a logistics company in a way where they can depend upon the network. How do we get into the kind of vertical spaces, agriculture, logistics, all of these kind of high value areas where they've got very poor efficiency, primarily because the network hasn't enabled them. And you know, we really believe that network as a service is crucially important in this. And in our Paragon platform, we're building network as a service, and we're building it with a lot of service providers and telcos. And the goal is to automate this. I mean, literally fully automate this base platform here so that it just runs. And if you think about it, and someone said this to me in the coffee shop earlier on, we've kind of been building the same products for 20 or 25 years, and it's time for us to move up and build these other products that can really turn us in to digital service providers and allow us to compete, maybe not in every place, but allow us to compete with some of the over-the-top guys, some of the SaaS guys, and some of the hyperscalers that offer services that we in service provider land, we in telco land could easily offer. But then back that up with data and performance, leveraging the data of what your users are doing, what your customers are doing, give them insights to their business, give them insights to how well they're performing so that they can improve. My take is when my customers are winning, I'm winning with them. And our goal is to help them win so that they can build, so they take, you know, they can invest in more infrastructure, they can invest in more capability, and we can give them the automation that means that when they build a store or they build a new FTTP platform, that it just works and there's no kind of, you know, fiddling with stuff. We just fully automate it. And going to that platform and leveraging the tools that we've got really enables service providers to start focus on new services. And I talked a bit about them earlier on, but some of these are really simple services, some of them are more complex, some of them are working with partners out in industry to help them build the services we want. Our Paragon and Abstra, which David will talk a little bit about Abstra later on, allow us to build that experience first capability. So how do you really ensure that as you're building network, you're able to scale? So we're seeing huge growth in devices, we're seeing huge growth in traffic, we're seeing different cloud players come to the market, talent gaps increasing. I look at this room and none of us are getting any younger, unfortunately. But it's really difficult to find the talent that you need, and that's going to get harder and harder. So, you know, driving more automation to take some of the simple tasks out is hugely valuable. And then the key thing is, how many of you have outages at Christmas? No one. Why is that? Because no one's here. Everyone's at home. No one's touching anything. So in 99% of outages that I've been involved in, it started with someone doing something. Honourable intentions, of course, but usually that's where it goes wrong. We're just going to make this small change. Or I was with a customer last week, and we had a big issue. Did you change anything? Nah, we changed nothing. And we're looking at the logs, and we're like, what's this device here? Oh yeah, we plugged that in. But you didn't change anything. No. It turns out that device wasn't set up right, and it was chucking out a load of rubbish. So, you know, the human cost of outages, and I look at the network. So when I was kind of building networks, and I look at the config of a router, I would see, you know, it's maybe 2 or 3 pages of A4 for the config of a router. Now, it's like half a book, and the complexity of the network and the demands the network has to react to are driving a complexity level. So, you know, we're running IP, we're running IPv6, we're running ISIS or OSPF, we're running BGP, we're running VPLS, we're running MPLS, we're running segment routing, we're running SRv6. Just a huge complexity of all those protocols and how they interact means that automation is it's just a must do. You know, if you're not thinking like that, you're going to run into big scale problems. But it's not easy. So, you know, we've looked at this in some detail. A lot of automation projects don't fail, and we, you know, based on feedback from our customers, you know, 3/4 of what they do is still not automated, which I find incredible, given we've been doing pretty much the same stuff for the last 10 or 20 years. You know, turn up a new BGP peer at an internet exchange point, or activate a new Ethernet port. You know, I must have written the code to automate that about 10 times, but it's still, you know, we don't get it over the line. So this is where Paragon comes in, and what we're trying to do is focus on some of the key areas of infrastructure pain and service provider and telco pain. And that tends to be around optimization and planning, but also in the orchestration of new platforms. And our Paragon platform is analyzing the network, it's seeing what's there, and it's making suggestions about things that you might want to improve. We actually have a digital twin capability that allows you to kind of look at your network as a almost like a virtual reality way, and run scenarios. And we're taking the AI that we've got from all of our learnings in Mist and applying it to this tool, so that things that we've seen in our enterprise space that apply to the service provider space, we can just automate almost right away. We're working with lots of customers, I mentioned. So before I left BT about a year ago, last big project I was working on was deploying this automation. That was to create network as a service. And we literally our goal was to be able to almost have an Uber app where you could click on locations and you'd have an Ethernet service up and running, or you'd have a tunnel service up and running, or you'd have a multicast service up and running. So Paragon, we're really getting momentum on this. And I truly believe, and of course I work for Juniper, so you got to take this with a pinch of salt, but I have worked with many different organizations around being able to build automation. I've probably spent enough money to have built a cable around the planet 3 times. What I believe is that it's only the vendors like Juniper that have the expertise and the knowledge about building networks that can really come up with an automation story. And that was why when I was at BT, we went with Juniper, because they had a super strong automation story, and it was core to their strategic success. And when I look at our competitors now working at Juniper, we're way ahead of them, both in AI, both in capability, but also we're not actually also just thinking about Juniper devices. There are other devices in the network that you use, and of course we have to automate them as well. So we're working with industry to drive that. Business benefits. I mean, you probably know this better than me. Closed loop automation, 10,000 customers being able to make changes and do provisioning for. One of those customers was the mail service for that country. Thousands of offices, thousands of depots. They were worried about the pain of migration, and the service provider there create it so that it was all automated. They just plugged things in and it would automatically bring up that office or that store or that depot, and they had full control over it. And they could specifically create the intent themselves using our tools. Testing, a big part of what we do in service provider. Does it work the way we think it works? I think in my last organization, probably 1/3 of the team, all they did was run tests, and all of these can be automated. They have to be automated. And also the demands of testing are going to increase as applications and demands from the network increase. And in traffic engineering, when we see these big bursts of traffic, by the time you see them, it's already too late to do anything with them. So how do you drive, all those backup paths that sit and do nothing? Well, with a tool that we've got with our Paragon, all of a sudden we can use them just for that burst of traffic, and your customers get a great experience. Super important. And then, but I think one of the key things I'll say is what's the kind of goals that you want to set for yourself. A lot of the reasons automation projects don't succeed is because they're focused on the automation rather than the outcome. So I want to free up 10 people to go work in our customer-facing engineering team so that we can help build solutions, or I want to reduce power or energy so that we can use that more effectively. I want to be able to bring technology on board really quickly. So, if we bring out a new line card that reduces the cost of a 100 gig port, you want to be able to deploy that days after we launch it, not weeks and months after we launch it. And don't get me wrong, we have to improve some of our processes to make that easier for you as well. But then the key thing for me is if you're able to automate the infrastructure layer and you're able to focus on services and building services, you can sell more to your customers, not just connectivity. You can sell them other services, other communication services, video services. You can talk to the content guys about offering them a multicast tunneling service. But if you're spending all your time kind of fiddling with the infrastructure, you won't have the bandwidth to do that. And let me tell you, the big mistake that all the other telcos across the world have made is not selling more services to customers. Yeah, they've done a great job on connectivity, they've done a great job on coverage, they've done a great job on rolling 5G out, but for the same service. And as service providers, if we don't sell more, it's going to be really challenging to invest for the future. And that's where automation is just crucially important. I'm going to skip some of these slides because I'm going to run out of time, but this is kind of where we're headed, which is, from reactive to predictive. I want to be able to publish a weather map. Here's the weather map of the network, and if there's any clouds on it, I want to go and act on those ahead of time. There's a big rugby match on. What does that do? What are we predicting that does to the network? What are we predicting that customers are doing during that network time? There's a big event on at a stadium. How are we predicting the most optimal network configuration for radios and for connectivity so that everyone arriving gets a great service? And I'll talk more about some of the other automation that we're doing on the RIC side later on. So why Paragon? As I said, we're really focused on experience first. We're focused on service agility, helping you build new services you can sell. It's so important. I can't stress that enough. And it's a modern platform. It's cloud native. It's hosted in the cloud, or you can have it on-prem. But it's multi-domain, multi-vendor. We realize that the network is a big thing, and we've got to work to make sure that we can support the big thing. Just want to quickly go into network sustainability and talk about what we're doing. So, first of all, network sustainability is, over the particularly last year, 2 years, has become a really hot topic, partly because of energy costs and energy consumption. And for a lot of vendors, I think we've probably not had our eye on the ball on this as much as we should have done. And all of a sudden we're positioning from a world where our products have to be highly redundant, highly available, have lots of processing power for different demands of traffic. But we haven't looked at simple things like, well, at night the network doesn't do anything. We could turn stuff off, right? in Juniper, we're looking across, and I'm part of the project team that's running this, because this was a big issue for BT. BT was 1/3 of all the power in the UK. Sorry, 0.3, 1/3, crikey. 0.3 of all the power in the UK, the biggest energy user as an organisation. And with what happened in Russia, the cost of power, I think, added about 200 million to BT's energy bill. So we were really focused on turning stuff off, but that actually wasn't good enough. We needed platforms that were much more energy efficient. So in Juniper, we're looking at the whole thing, the platform, thermal, silicon, optics, protocol, software, and actually benchmarks. We don't really, how efficient is this optic at routing a packet? We don't really look at that. We just think, well, it can do 100 gig, that's all we need to know. But is it doing 100 gig expensive, or is it doing 100 gig cheap? So we're trying to come up with those new benchmarks. Here's the challenge that we face. So for the last 20 years, we've been driving down this motorway going faster and faster in a world where we typically over-engineer for resiliency. We typically build the switches and routers over-engineered. They've got 5 power supplies, they've got 400 fans, et cetera, et cetera. We have different customers with different requirements. Government customers who have certain requirements, utilities that have other requirements, consumers that have other requirements. We design our networks for throughput, irrespective of cost. That's how we've designed them. And networks don't scale up or scale down based on bandwidth demand. So at 2 in the morning, anywhere in the world, your traffic's tiny. At 8 o'clock at night, when everyone's watching the rugby or watching your favorite program, the network's fully on, and you need it to be on. So when you look at a typical router, you see that, and most of these devices are the same. They've all got packet forwarding engines, they've all got fabrics, and they've got multiple of them. I'm going to jump to this slide. And what we find is that just the smallest increase in temperature has a massive impact on the use of the power use of one of these modules. And we're looking at each one of these kind of things in the pie chart, and clearly packet forwarding engine is the biggest user of power. But look at fans. Look how fans change between a couple of some degrees. And can we build a better, more throughput cooling platform that allows us to avoid that? In the packet forwarding engine, can we turn this down when it's in 2 in the morning? Do we need to have all of this running? And there's some really simple things. So a 400 gig optic, this is a very simple quick math that we did. 20 watts per port, 18 ports per ASIC, 3 ASICs per fabric port. You add that all up, and if you've got all these ports running, even though you might not be using them all, you're using a massive amount of power. Let's start really easy. Let's turn the ones off we're not using. And we're kind of building that into Paragon as a default kind of profile that says, when we're not using the port, let's turn it off. The hard part is when you need it, turning it back on. So I'm working with some of our distinguished engineers, one guy called Tony Lee and a couple of other guys, about how can we extend the networking protocols so that they are energy aware, so that when they select a path, say from here to Cape Town, not only are they selecting the lowest latency or the lowest or the most available bandwidth, but they're also selecting a path that has the least cost in terms of energy or carbon. Now, is that going to happen overnight? Probably not. It's going to take some time, and actually the whole industry needs to work on that because we have to interoperate. But we're really looking at it from every level of network design as to how we get more energy efficient. And I'm kind of over time there, so thank you very much for that. I hope that was useful. I'm around all day if you've got any questions. I'm coming back to talk about 5G later on, and really appreciate your time here. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. I'm really sorry to hear that our 60-60 drivers have beaten Scotland. So imagine if you played against the Springboks. It would have been worse. So we'll bring the Springboks the next time, boy. But you must watch out for those 60-60 drivers. They're all over the show. I am going to the next segment, but I have to send a special message out to our internet streaming viewers. Unfortunately, I have to cut the stream and suspend the stream for the next part because we are sharing some confidential information that will only be available to the people in the room. So please be back in about 40 minutes where the stream will then be restarted and you'll be able to see the second part of the event. So thank you very much for the live streamers joining us. We have some videos for you to watch online. The guys, I think you are then the honored guests who will have direct access to the Senior Product Manager at Juniper Networks. She's part of the Juniper's automated WAN solutions product line management team and responsible for Juniper's ACX product portfolio.
Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world. Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world. Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world. Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world. Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems From building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world. Everyone needs great connectivity, not just to connect with others, but to deliver financial services, healthcare solutions, and greener travel. As connectivity increases and AI advances, how can service providers transform their networks to provide the best possible user experience? That's where Juniper Networks and NEC come in. NEC has once again been recognized as Juniper's best alliance partner, collaborating with them to accelerate development of open, standards-based networking solutions. Together, we help service providers solve complex problems, from building the most scalable open IP networks to service orchestration across end-to-end multi-vendor networks, 5G access, transport, and edge cloud. With our experts on hand and access to NEC's labs, service providers can design and validate multi-vendor networks to accelerate implementation, including IP networks for demanding requirements, open networks for 5G monetization, and data center networks. Design, build, and optimize with NEC's experts for Juniper solutions. Together, Juniper and NEC help service providers around the world to solve complex problems, stay competitive, and deliver value for society. We can help you to accelerate network transformation, helping you to drive business growth and achieve your sustainability goals. Juniper Networks and NEC, transforming networks for a connected world.
So before I go, we're going to go live on the stream again. The last session, we are now going to have David next, and then we're going to have lunch. After lunch, there's a panel discussion, which will also be on the live stream. But then we all have our closing session with Aisha again. And I've asked you just to give us a quick 30-second teaser on what that last message would be, because I think I want to make sure we don't have stragglers straggling out, because it will not be on the live stream. It will only be delivered in the room. So, Isha?
Absolutely. So, is to walk you through all the solutions we are doing to bring the network convergence and bringing one convergence and one commonality across the network. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Isha. Big hand of applause for Isha. So the next speaker is Director of Marketing and Strategic Alliance at Juniper, most probably a very close family friend of NEC by now. Please, big round of applause for David Bell.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here again. I cannot count the times I've been in South Africa, and also how excited I'm to be back here. So I love the country, I love the energy as well. We have had already some discussions here with the teams, local teams at NEC, and also some customers. It's amazing, I can tell you. And I'm looking forward to do more. So we have a lunch break later. We'll have more breaks built in, so we'd like to interact with everybody here. So now I'm going to talk about energy. There is a space where probably there is a lot of energy. Energy, complexity, to deliver probably the best of the experiences. This is all happening in the data center. I think we get used to talk a lot about cloud recently, or not recently, maybe for the last 10 years. But cloud has not completely replaced all data centers. Actually, cloud is built on data centers, as you well know. And many, many companies still, and will do for many years, or maybe forever, will build and continue using their own data centers for certain applications. So then before I start, I would like to get your a sense of the audience here, of the companies you represent. How many of you have your own data centers or using your private, let's say, cloud? So how many companies in the room? Okay, so that you are aware. So we see a few, some. I would like to go and see what will take and why we think there'll be another continued growth into the data center space. So in the first slide I will be sharing here, it comes in collaboration with an analyst called Analysis Mason. And basically it analyzes what are the key drivers for this data center growth. And they analyzed and they looked at four big groups. So the first one is the growth of cloud. Cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud. So even the people who raised their hands here, having their own data centers, I'm sure if I ask now again the question, who's also using public cloud, you will all raise the question, because there are applications here and there all the time. Data sovereignty. In many countries, certain data cannot leave the borders of the country, have to stay in the country, and this is another key driver for building and growing the data center. The second one, believe it or not, is AI and artificial intelligence. It starts, but it's just the beginning and will continue growth. Right now, probably most of the AI comes from the public cloud providers, but the next wave of AI will be in your own companies, in your own data centers. AI brings a couple of new things, or many new things. So one of them is the intensity of communications between servers. When you do a Google search, probably you are interacting with one or two servers at the moment, and it gives you the answer after looking into a database, etc. When you interact with ChatGPT, depends on the complexity of the query that you send, probably there will be from 15 to 100 servers involved sometimes, and there is a lot of communications between them. Imagine the complexity that it's growing and the demand. Now think of an AI system that runs in your data centers. Those data centers need to be built and scaled differently. So AI will be a key driver. Think of banks, health, research companies, finance or governments using AI intensively. they'll need newly designed data centers. The driver number 3, and I'm not saying them in any specific order, just to put a number on them, but it's the growth of 5G. So 5G brings many promises that have been around for many years, even 4G or 3G. Things like virtual packet core or things like that, it's pretty much everywhere. So a packet core now requires a data center always, right? But then also kicking on the vRAN, Open RAN, also enterprise services, more data centers. So operators in the room, I'm sure you know that you need also new data centers for that space. And number 4 will be edge computing. Been coming in South Africa, as I said, for the last maybe 10 or 15 years. And I remember at the beginning, how would the country struggle to get access into the public cloud? Because all the international cabling, the undersea was not finalized, was extremely expensive. South Africa is a privileged situation, I know, because of the access to the sea in many of the cities. But many other countries in Africa won't have that luxury, still relying a lot with satellite and also slow communications, which makes it a worse experience, but also more expensive. So edge cloud is fixing those things. So many cloud providers, their strategy to grow in the continent is to have edge cloud or edge data centers built here so the latency is better. But this is the same for many enterprises, that they will bring and build their own data centers or mini data centers around. So edge cloud is also another reason. So when we think of the new data centers, they need to be fast, they need to be agile, but also they have to be in any size. Could be small because of edge cloud, could be big, right? So I'm just trying to bring that into the conversation. But now that we know about the drivers, let's analyze a little bit more about the challenges. We all still need data centers for many more years, but the key challenges will be the people in the room who's used to use now, who's used on utilizing cloud providers, you see the agility and the simplicity of using a cloud service. And this is something that probably is not replicable in that space. So we'll see that speed of change, you need to recreate that. It cannot be that when you have an application at Google Cloud, everything is easy. When you do it in your data center, it takes weeks or months to put an application there. So we need that same speed, okay? So that's something that is challenging to get at that same speed. The second one will be the supply chain constraints. We've suffered in the last years this shortage of equipment, switches, servers, memory, whatever. So those things is also struggling. You're trying to build a data center that you keep growing it over time. And at the minute you need more servers or more switches, more routers, they take 6 months to come. This is not going to fly. We know that this is a big limitation. But it's not only the supply chain, it's not only the equipment, also it's the shortage of knowledge and engineers, right? So this part is also a big concern in that space. And number three will be the complexity. I think I refer to the data center as probably the most complex piece in the whole ecosystem of networking, because it combines applications, servers, storage, networking, security, connectivity to the one, and all together with energy consumption and everything. So it's probably the most complex space, and we need a solution for that, because complexity goes against something very important, which is that speed. So Juniper comes with a solution that is obviously comes from the networking and from the security, of course. We call it the Juniper Cloud Ready Data Center. We try to address those challenges. We try to help the growth of data center in the world. There are 3 pillars that we are based on, and I'll start with reliability. Reliability will be extremely important. If you don't have a reliable car, despite the engine that it has, back to Aisha's example before in the Formula 1, if it's not reliable, probably you don't want to put it to the maximum speed, right? That's going to be challenging. Probably you won't turn on the autopilot in an unreliable car, because that probably you will sacrifice your life on that. So reliability will be extremely important in a data center if you want to put applications in there. And reliability will come with great outcomes. So one is speed. So it will give you speed of the operations. The second will be efficiency. This will be more efficient. You know that you change something and it works, right? And also insight. You need insights. You need information on what's going on in your car, why it stopped there, why it accelerated. So that information, despite it's autonomous, you want to know why of those things. So insight will be also key part of outcome of the reliability. The second one is multi-vendor. I referred to complexity before because you have many things. One more thing that you have in the data center is a multi-vendor environment. Multi-vendor of many different, obviously, server and software vendors, but I'll focus now more on the networking vendors, that they are coexisting because of historical reasons, merging and acquisitions, or even maybe some different needs that over time happened. When we talk as Juniper Cloud Ready Data Center solution, probably the last thing I can do when I come at stage is ask everyone who has a data center or plans to build a new data center to say, throw everything away and build it from scratch. Obviously, as a vendor, we will love that, but we know it's not always the situation. So we need to come with the promise of bringing reliability, the experience, but also into a multi-vendor environment. Okay, so and this is something, a big pillar to remove that complexity. You cannot have, for every vendor, a different management system and a different tool to automate. And finally, experience. We want to bring the best experience to the end user, of course, but also the best experience into the operators, the engineers who are managing that data center. We coined a concept called intent-based networking. Now it's widely used in the industry, but Juniper Apstra was the first one coming with that. And basically, this brings this intent-based simplicity. I'll talk a little bit more later about that, but Juniper also brings this single management platform. It's the only one in the market, one platform for the design, deploy, and operations of the data center, multi-vendor, okay? And also this continuous validation that provides this service assurance. We continually validate, not we, Apstra does it, and it checks against the rules that we put there, the intent that we define, and it will tell you if things are going as planned or as designed. Finally, Time Voyager. So it sounds like a futuristic thing, a movie, but Time Voyager helps you to go back to a well-known state that everything was working. It's very helpful, especially when you do some changes. Things don't go as planned. Maybe there are things that are broken and you don't know exactly what. You want to press a button and go back to that well-known state, so everything is stable, and then you can inspect and design what happened there. So this is also giving or providing the best experience to the operator and the engineers of this data center.
Juniper Apstra brings ease, simplicity, and efficiency. It's one tool to manage your whole data center network. With Apstra, you get the flexibility to work with any solution, the ability to optimize and make changes reliably with minimal downtime, solving network issues fast. So, relax. Your life just got easier. Woohoo! One platform for any vendor, any network design, any data center. Juniper Apstra. Demand more from your network.
So who thought a data center was boring? I think it's exciting, and especially if you can work with an agile infrastructure that you can interact and you have the sense. And the most important thing, that you can focus on the important things of the network, not just looking at what went wrong, right? So this means that you need a solid infrastructure that you can rely on, but also tools that gives you that information. So inside the data center, you have your switching equipment, your routing, your servers, and there are tens of thousands of network events that happens out there. I mean, some of them you'll know. There are logs that sometimes you look at, maybe not too often. Maybe you don't even have the resources to go into all the millions of logs that are there in your systems, but all the information is there. What we put with Apstra, we put a system that basically consists on a single source of truth. So basically, intent-based analytics, and it looks into this data that you probably don't have a chance to look at. The second important thing is this knowledge extraction. We extract knowledge about those events, but also telemetry to the systems of any vendor. We collect that information, those logs, and real-time information as well on what's going on there. And with that, we can separate two things. So you define the state and you define this intent. I want application A, B, C, and D interact this way using those tunnels or using those circuits, VXLAN configuration, certain protocols. You define it all and it's implemented. But then the traffic starts flowing. There'll be parts of the network, parts of the traffic that it's intended operational state. This is what I designed for. But there's traffic out there that's probably unintended. It's not a state that you define, but obviously it's hard to define, to plan for everything that happens in a complex environment like a data center. What you want to know is, first, at very least, you want to be notified or recommend what should I do. In most of the cases, what I want is the system, Apstra in this case, to push for a new configuration into the system and resolve it. And again, keep analyzing and do that. So you see that this system allows you to define beforehand what is the intended state of your network, apply the configuration, start running, and continuously monitoring that. So this is a better model than the traditional one that it's, I do this change, I need to look at the logs when something doesn't go well, maybe the performance is not the expected, etc. So that's the state, and that's the model that Apstra provides. It provides knowledge retention. So the knowledge stays in the network, single source of truth, one place, one element that you go and look, only one place. But also this knowledge means that it's easier to train your staff, your engineers. Remember, I think I mentioned the shortage of talent. So now your talent, you don't need to train them on 4 different networking vendors and this and that. You just train them on using Apstra, and Apstra will go and inspect all the systems for you. Closed loop validation, I think I showed that here in this example. It also eliminates outages. Outages are horrible, right? And it's probably the worst thing that can happen into a data center, because an outage sometimes takes time to recover, and also it gives, maybe interrupts very critical systems or services. The last 2 ones lowers the mean time to innocence. Whose fault is it, right? That question. Is it the application? Is it the web server? Is it the network? Is it the firewall? So we are reducing that time, because you go back to this single source of truth, and it gives you exactly what happened in that precise time with this application. So I think that's also important to have examples on retail companies that they sell online, and they have those online cards that are sometimes not completed transactions and failing, very annoying, and creates lots of issues to supermarkets that they cannot finalize complete their deals. So this is damaging the business for this company. You want to know what happens, and sometimes you don't have the answer unless you go into those systems. And finally, change of management. So you see operators, engineers now have a different way to interact with the network, and they are now working in a much structured way. Every time you introduce a new system, you plan the desired state, it gets configured this way, and it checks against it constantly with this closed loop model. So the result of all that is improvements in operational efficiency, not small. We're talking about 80% improvements on this operational efficiency. 70% faster to repair errors. This mean time to repair, reduced by 70% of the time. There's something wrong, it takes 100 minutes now, it's only 30 minutes. So you see the impact. If we talk about days, it's even higher. And also the improvements in time to deliver. New application, new system, from weeks or months sometimes, now reduce it to much shorter. So the life cycle, or this data center life cycle and operational model, normally we measure it in those different stages: design, build, deploy, and optimize. So in the design process, you have multiple of your engineers involved. They are designing the data center. Then they build that data center, they put the racks, they do the configurations, they do the deployment, and then constantly monitoring for optimizing it. So this is costly in time, but also costly in OpEx, because of the cost of those engineers, if you have the luxury to have that many engineers. With Apstra, what was weeks or months, we reduce it to hours. We reduce the number of engineers required to perform those activities. So we see that design, build, and deploy, now it's much less, because you do many things up front, you do it with the system. Our system has recommendations of different configurations that you just apply, and you just need to dimension it with the number of switches and servers you have, and it all gets implemented. Complex environments like VXLAN, with EVPN, whatever it is, so you just do the configuration and it gets applied. The most exciting thing is that the optimized phase, there is no human intervention. Now it's all Apstra. So you see that before we needed engineers plus many different systems. Now it's one system and no engineer to do that completely, only reacting when something maybe it's not done. But we wanted to measure that further. And to measure that, we talked to a company called Forrester Research. Last year they did research for us, and it's available online if you want to have a look. Basically, they interviewed several companies that they own data centers in different sectors. And they wanted to validate the cost and the advantage, right, of introducing Apstra. Introducing Apstra comes with a cost, of course. This cost, in this case, in average, it was $275K over the course of 3 years. Quick maths here tells me that this is probably, 2-3 engineers in South Africa in 3 years. That's the cost maybe for salaries, etc. So that would be the cost. So we need to show that we are saving that amount or more, right, to introduce this automation. Keep in mind, automation is not introduced only to cut the cost of engineers. It's also to add agility and reliability in the network, but we are just measuring here the economical impact. So in day zero, all this planning and design, we see that we cut 60% of the time. So 60% savings at that part, okay? So that's very important. In day one, when you actually implement those configurations and you do the deployment of the data centers, we are moving from 24 hours for each device of configuration to 2 hours only. Okay, and I think that's quite pessimistic still. We do it much faster than 2 hours, but that's what Forrester got after interviewing those customers. So fine. So we have savings there from 24 hours to 2 hours. And day 2 plus. Day 2 plus means when the data center is up and running and operating. This is the biggest bucket of cost, of course, because this can be 2 years, 10 years, depending on the time you're running that. So that cost, we are saving 60% of the ongoing costs there. So we added Apstra into the mix. Apstra removed, in average, 2 to 3 different systems were removed, which you stop paying licenses for. Instead, you pay Apstra license. It implements in a multi-vendor environment. I'm not saying this network is all Juniper. It could be completely done with another vendor. And the result is that with the cost that includes the training, the deployment, the licenses is on $275K over the course of 3 years. An ROI of 320% return of investment. Okay, so I think I put my money here because I don't see that ROI that often. The net present value of the cash flows that generated by cash flows, it's $725K that comes back for your ongoing operations if you own, or savings that of budget you don't need any longer. The payback of this investment, it's less than 6 months. So I think there aren't that many technologies that after 6 months of being introduced, the payback is there. And it not only provides you savings, as I said, it provides also a better resiliency, a much better experience into your network and into your customers and business. So what else do we provide at Juniper in the cloud-ready data center? I just wanted to bring a snapshot of other products and solutions that are part of it. So I have a spine and leaf switches, QFX family, you see here. We have the routers, we have ACX that Aisha was presenting, MX, PTX, etc., that are also part of the mix when you need data center gateways and other stuff. Obviously, Apstra manages them all, plus all our competitors that are also managed by Apstra. I think people in the room who's very familiarized, I know in South Africa with MX, probably PTX, your engineers love Junos, right? So there's no surprise that Junos is running in all those systems. So your engineers are perfectly skilled to run switches. But even better news, those who have no idea about Junos yet, they can go into Apstra, and Apstra will manage it. So it's really transparent no matter what it runs in there. So I think that's a bit of a message. Say, you have all the experience from Juniper, the experience that you have in your company, and now it all combined into the automation that Apstra provides. But we'd like to see what is the impact here. So Apstra has been implemented in hundreds of customers already. And we see that it has different impacts, obviously depending on where we start from. I'll be looking here at 3 case studies very quickly. Those are unnamed, and I'll put some real logos of customer wins that we have, and very, very happy customers of Juniper. So the first one is a healthcare tech company. This is a company that is collecting the private insurance cards in the US for hospitals and when people go and patients arrive. So imagine 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. in the morning, how many transactions happen there? Oh, everyone going to the doctor, passing their pass. So this is critical. If something goes wrong there, the entire hospitals are stopped. They cannot do anything because they cannot validate this visit, everything. So you see how important it is, and there are peaks during the days, etc. Their challenge, they had, no doubt, no surprise, performance and reliability issues. Unstable data center. The network traffic connections were lost, connecting outside, and they couldn't figure out exactly what was the problem. In this case, they were about to renew the data center, so they introduced the Juniper QFX series switches. And also they took advantage to implement Apstra as a single source of truth for management end-to-end. They kept the same applications, same servers, they just replaced or changed that network. The results were a much more stable data center with this single end-to-end management, also for multi-vendor. In some cases, it was needed. Notable reduction of network problems and also improved user experience. Okay, so engineers were, I wouldn't say more relaxed, but at least they were under control. They knew what to do when something goes wrong. They knew where to look at when problems arise. Second of the three use cases, a software and technology services company. It's a company that provides services globally to many companies. Large banks, large governments, they go and say, oh, can you manage the data center for me? Okay, so they give their data center to manage. They give their engineers as well. So the first thing they do is they look into there and say, oh, company number one that I'm managing, it's using this vendor for networking. Customer number two is using another vendor for networking. And now I need to manage all them. So they put all the engineers in one pool. Every customer that they are now managing their data center for, they implement Apstra. And with Apstra, they manage multiple customers, right? So basically, when one of their customers starts introducing Dell, Sonic, or they have other needs, they don't really need to change many things or train many people. Basically, Apstra will take care of that. So that solution automates this multi-vendor environment for them, single management control point, and lowering the total cost of ownership. TCO is the key word for managed services. So if you want to take control of someone else's network and manage it on their behalf, the first thing you need to do is reduce the cost, otherwise there's no business for the two companies. So that's why it's extremely important, and I think it's a very good proof point. And the last one, a media company. Media company that they do publications, videos, and all that. Multimedia interaction means lots of applications, lots of content, real-time, live, or recorded, different stages, but they need to be fast, quick introducing those new systems. They need to connect them with multiple data centers. Some of them will be in the production stage, others will be controlled by them, so they need to make those connections, EVPN, VXLAN, and also provide this greater scalability and business agility that represents introducing that. So they had those network outages. Every time they introduce a new application, it didn't quite work well. Maybe they didn't get the resources of the network and the servers they needed. So this is now fixed. Having the visibility of the network, they have QFX and EX switches, but they have automation and orchestration with Apstra. So having that, they enhance the operator experience. And also they lower this knowledge barrier through automation. So the engineers don't need to know everything. They just go into Apstra and they implement the changes that are recommended. So probably I need an entire day to go through every customer. And there we collected here a few quotes of customers, why they choose Apstra, or what are the outcomes of using Apstra in their networks. You might recognize some names. There are many more. I invite you to go into our webpage, and you'll find a lot of them. I think a common denominator here is enhancing the experience and the resiliency. Apstra also brings a lot of consistency, right? So when you're managing one or multiple data centers, which is normally the case, you want this consistent experience, but also consistent configurations. Controlling the versions of software that runs into each one of the switches and devices there. Programming the software upgrades. Things that sound like basic, but when you multiply it by the number of systems you have in the network, and also you have those short time windows to do those upgrades, automation is needed. It's a must if you want to have this experience. And implementing Apstra will bring you at the same level as a cloud provider. You remember I said at the beginning, you are used to agility, speed of the cloud providers. When you go into your data center, everything is a bit more clinky, goes slow, it takes time. So now we are at the same level. And now you can decide whether you put an application in your data center or you put it into the cloud. But the problem is not going to be the agility. The problem, or you need to decide where it goes. It's just based on, do I have enough resources? What is the cost of running it here versus here? Or whether the data needs to stay in country, for example. And I would like to finish with one more slide. As I said at the beginning, I'm very proud to be here with NEC Exxon. It's a strong partner of Juniper, as you know. And basically, I want to convince you that it's the right choice to go with data center with us. So Juniper provides, as we said, the industry-leading solutions. In that case, data center, networking solutions, and security solutions. Data center fabric, the switching that we taught, intent-based, Apstra. Cloud-native ecosystems, so we saw how we are virtualizing our network functions and everything. Zero-trust data center for security. So those are key elements. But those elements, it's not something you go and you buy online and you install it with a couple of clicks. It's not like this. You need an experienced army of engineers trained with that they can provide and implement that. So NEC has been 4 years in a row awarded as the best alliance partner of the year for Juniper globally. So it's the best partner for Juniper globally, worldwide. I'm very proud to do marketing for this alliance. I work with NEC in many parts of the world. This event is repeating in the following weeks in many different parts. And why is that? Because NEC provides this global network transformation service. What happens in South Africa is an example of creating a pool of resources and experience. But there might be things that never happened yet here, but your colleagues, so the NEC colleagues in South Africa will reach out to other colleagues, the center of excellence that are around the world, to reach out for that help. What do you get then from NEC? You get this full life cycle management. Do you need someone to run the data center for you? NEC can do that. Or do you need them only to help you to the design and maybe the implementation of it? NEC can do this. Multi-vendor? No problem. NEC is clearly multi-vendor. Obviously, we provide a tool that helps managing multi-vendor, but NEC can provide the full multi-vendor stack. Multi-layer. Optical, routing, switching, security, servers, whatever you need. Energy systems, so multi-layer. And also global experience, as I mentioned. So this global experience is critical, as we said, because this is like a collective knowledge that you get access to. So sometimes you want to try to do something on your own, but many other people has been trying to do the same around the world, and with this experience, it will be accelerated. So I think with that, I will leave it here. So I hope I convinced you that data center is not boring. It's a very active environment. Don't be afraid of jumping into data center, because now we provide the right tools for that. So thank you very much, and I think we'll go for lunch.
Thank you very much, David. Well done again, as always. Nice to hear from David. So yes, we are at that time of the day. We're going to go for lunch a bit, but allow me to entice you about the exciting afternoon that's ahead of us. We are going to have lunch, so we're going to shorten lunch a bit because of the late start, so it's half an hour. So we request you be back here at 1 o'clock. But after 1, we are going to hear from Neil around this 5G and 5G Open RAN and really what that means if we unpack it. Then we have a panel discussion where we're going to actually discuss real customer use cases and the benefits and the people that were involved. And then we're ending off with that session around metro architecture. And then we go into a nice networking session. We have a live band on stage, Afro 5. And then obviously for those absolute attendees that supports us the entire day, we bribe you with a gift at the end. Now, for those of you, I'm not sure how many of you are meat eaters. I'm not sure if most of you are vegetarians, but if you are meat eaters, there's a very, very exclusive branded steak knife that you want to get your hands on. Unfortunately, it's under lock and key, and I have the key in my pocket. I don't take bribes before 3. So 3 o'clock, I will open the lock, and you will be able to hand in your badge, exchange this badge for this little fancy puppy in my hand, and then please enjoy drinks afterwards with the band, and you'll really enjoy it. So for now, thank you very much, and please allow me at this time, thank you, Juniper, for making this day happen. And Jessica and team, you are making us look good here, but you made it happen. So thank you very much, and let's go and have lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, attendees, we are starting in 5 minutes. Please can I ask if you can make your way back into the venue. We'll be going live on stage in 5 minutes around the 5G and 5G Open RAN discussion with Neil. So please, if you can make your way, happy to bring your plate of food or your dessert or your drink with you. There's absolutely a massive invite to get your snacks, get your drinks, fill it up, and let's pop back into the room. We are going live on stage in 4.5 minutes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to ask that you please make your way back. We are literally starting in 1 minute. If I can ask you, bring your plate with, bring your drink with. Happy that you have your last bit of dessert or an extra piece of meat, or for those of you who are sweet tooth, bring that desserts with. Get a cold drink, and let's start in next 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, a great pleasure. We are now going to have we're entering the final part of our afternoon session. So just a quick recap. We are now going to have a discussion from Neil around 5G Open RAN. We're going to have Anthony Lang facilitating a discussion around customer use cases. And then lastly, Aisha on the discussion of metro architecture. So thank you very much for returning to the room. For those of you still strolling around, please join us in the room. I know the speakers are on that side, so you can hear us as we go on. And so all over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got can you hear me? Yeah. I've got the brandy moment after lunch. So I'm going to cover two topics. One is O-RAN and kind of where Juniper's playing in O-RAN, where we're trying to build our kind of right to play in some of the O-RAN architecture. And I'm going to talk about JCNR, which is our cloud native router that's in some ways linked to Open RAN and O-RAN and what we're doing, but also kind of stands alone on itself. So the first part I'll talk about is our RAN intelligent controller. So, and to explain it, let's just run through very quickly the kind of the path that RAN is headed towards. So back in the 4G days, you had a base station, you had a BBU, and you had a radio unit, and you plugged it in, it worked. And you probably bought it all from one of 3, maybe 4 vendors. We then realized, crikey, these landlords are making lots of money out of space for radio stuff, putting on rooftops, put it on motorways. It started to get quite expensive. So we started to look at centralized RAN, bringing some of the components back to a central office or a data center. Few people actually did this in 4G, predominantly some carriers over in Asia that actually needed to do it more for scale than for costs. But ultimately, this was kind of the start of a journey about how we optimize RAN as a whole. And again, still very limited to a handful of vendors in the space. We then, the kind of next step, and this was kind of between, I would say is, people point to a 4G architecture for this, but in reality, I don't think anyone really deployed 4G in this space, at least certainly I'd never found anyone. And this is where effectively you're virtualizing some components of the RAN. So turn them into software, putting them into what was then known as NFV platform, and you're running a chunk of the software for the RAN on common x86 servers. Again, most of the rest of the platform looked very much the same. And this was, I'm trying to remember, at least release 14 of the 3GPP spec that also went to, some carriers went to a virtualized EPC, so virtualized core towards the end of the kind of 4G peak, if you like. And, again, that was very NFV focused, very much an NFV platform for your 4G network as opposed to an NFV platform for multiple applications. Not huge, I would say not hugely successful from my experience, actually more expensive to deploy that way than the historical way. Then the next thing, and this is where I really felt that RAN architecture started to make a lot more sense. We're going much more distributed and to some extent disaggregated, particularly the transport elements. So this is 4G, 5G. We've got our 4G core. Most likely it's a 4G core running in non-standalone mode. That's where the 4G core is effectively using 5G radio. It was a stepping stone because certain parts of 5G core just weren't ready. We had virtualized CUs and virtualized DUs. This allowed us to kind of break out certain components of the RAN architecture, run them on, again, mostly NFV type architecture as opposed to cloud native. But allowed you to choose different vendors, allowed you to mix vendors at a certain level, but still very much, one vendor, one solution. One of the big advantages of disaggregated RAN, from my perspective, it started to make small cells and integration of other networks much easier, as opposed to before you had to, in running a 4G network, it was, if you didn't control everything, it was hard to, leverage another person's small cell network or an interconnect or a roaming agreement that was perhaps in your country or close to your country. So this started to allow much more flexibility around using other people's networks. And then O-RAN Alliance comes in, and actually O-RAN Alliance, it's been around for quite some time. I think maybe, I want to say 6 years, maybe longer. And what the O-RAN Alliance was really about was standardizing all the interfaces between all the components, and actually standardizing the components to some extent as well, such that you could take the theory was, I take a DU from vendor X, an RU from vendor Y, a radio from vendor Z, you put them together and they would work. Sounds easy. In reality, I think it's proven to be very difficult. And again, this was to open up the market, allow new players to come in, but also, and this is the part I'm most excited about in Open RAN, is allow new innovation and services, because now that you've got a radio network that you can control in a way that historically you were never able to control. It was, in the pre-O-RAN days, you ran the same thing on pretty much every base station, and you did a little bit of optimization. There was this, I could call it snake oil, around self-optimizing networks, but I never ever saw it work properly, is how I would see it. So, and O-RAN and the RIC feels very much like an SDN controller. So if you've done stuff with SDN and data centers predominantly, but also in some fixed networks, you can see the controller methodology starting to make sense in a world where, if you look at somewhere like Johannesburg, you're effectively applying the same config for a city like Johannesburg as a city like New York. And clearly there's wild differences in those cities, but your ability to fine tune for those cities was somewhat limited. Not impossible, but somewhat limited. At least at the kind of control and electronics point of view. Yeah, you could put base stations in different places, but there's very little underlying control, at least in my mind. So where Juniper is investing and putting a lot of effort into is in the RIC, and the RIC's a part of the ORAN architecture, and it's all around being able to control the radio network in a much more granular way and give an interface to what we call these applications, X apps. So you can write an X app that can do something in the radio domain that before was a kind of locked out impossibility. If you wanted something to do it, you phoned the vendor and they did it for you and probably charged you a ton of money. So what is the RAN intelligent controller? So we like to think of it as the operating system of the RAN. It's effectively what pulls all of the RAN components together and makes it easier for you to run a big radio network. If you think about it, I don't know, anyone know how many base stations there are to cover South Africa? I would guess 80,000 maybe. Does that sound right? I don't know. So to cover the UK, it's 20,000 base stations. I think the US, AT&T's 280,000 base stations. So you got a lot of infrastructure out there that you need to manage. And what the RIC gives you is it gives you two things. One, it gives you a way of pushing things down in two modes. One we call non-real time. So these tend to be offline optimization tasks. The other one is near real time. These tends to be very live, dealing with capacity or signaling or real, pain point type issues that if you don't act, you'll find trouble. And then the second thing it came was what we call SMO, service management orchestration, actually getting much better visibility of what's going on in the RAN, and then applying the sort of automation that we apply to other SDN controllers to kind of plan, build, deal with incidents and manage them. So, and the key thing as a network operator in this space is that by having a RAN controller, by having the SMO platform, you get much better visibility of the network. It's much easier to operate, and right away you're cutting down trips. People in vans going to base stations. You're cutting that pretty significantly. And then the other aspect of it is you can have vendor X, vendor Y, vendor Z, and you can control them as one platform as opposed to three platforms. And that's super important where these vendors tend to meet each other, what we call cell edge. So if you've got vendor X and vendor Y, maybe you've got vendor X in London, you've got vendor Y in Slough, there's a point where they come together, and managing that cell edge part is pretty challenging to get the right experience as you drive down a motorway on a call, hoping that the call doesn't drop. The Juniper RAN Intelligent Controller, I'd say we're the very much the leading platform in the industry right now. That's not us saying it, it's other people, both customers, other vendors that we partner with, the industry giving us awards. We're pretty much, really in the driving seat on this. So, and we're fully compliant to ORAN specs. In fact, we run a couple of the ORAN working groups around RIC. We work with any third-party ORAN compliant X or R apps, and I'll come on to that a bit later. We have an open API and software development toolkit. We can work with any ORAN compliant OCU/DU. That usually requires a little bit of work and interfacing because, tuning up an ORAN parameter on one radio platform works slightly different to another, even though there's a standard there, because the way that the physics are between different platforms means that things require a little bit of fine tuning. We can work with our own SMO or a third-party SMO. We have AIML support. The whole platform is microservices, cloud native based. So we have a scalable architecture. I reminded you that in the small country of the UK, it's 20,000 base stations. To cover the whole of Africa or to cover multiple countries in Africa, you're into the hundreds of thousands of base stations, and you need a platform that can scale platform that can take telemetry, act on it, and ensure customers are getting the right experience. So I won't go into the details of this, but other than to say because of time, but you have a kind of non-real-time RIC, which is doing it's kind of the provisioning / offline things that you need to do in terms of the RAN. Things like perhaps creating a network slice, or doing a tilt operation, or adding a new frequency. Things that typically, you're kind of creating something out of what comes out of the outcome. The real-time RIC is kind of talking a lot more to the base stations. It's dealing with conflicts, it's dealing with issues, it's actively managing and onboarding things. It's as it says, it's much more near real time. It's not quite real time, but it's much closer to it. And it's talking a lot more kind of low level to some of the RAN devices. Both these platforms, we can run applications on them, and this is the thing that really excites me about Open RAN. If you remember in my presentation earlier, I talked about building new services and building new capabilities. And here, the RIC gives us that opportunity. So, if you're an operator and you want to do RAN sharing, today that's really challenging. RIC use case that we've deployed, we've built in our own portfolio is a RAN sharing application. So if you have two operators that want to share RAN in a country, we can do that very easily compared to the way we did at Legacy. SLA and slice assurance. So if you wanted to give the government what we call an emergency services network, so for police, band, ambulances, fire, the blue lights as we call them, you can create a slice for them, but not only create it, actually tell them how well it's performing. Those are just a couple of things that we've developed inside Juniper. Some of our partners that we've worked with, we've done things like interference management. So if you go to a location, typically a metro location, you're in a kind of middle of a city, you've got maybe 5 or 6 network operators, we're all using bands that are close to each other. AirHop have got a great XApp that kind of optimizes the interference between them, and perhaps turns the power down on one base station, turns it up on another, and works to provide the best coverage and best quality for the customers that you've got in that location. To do that in the past was just mind-bogglingly difficult. Other things, simple things like that you've got a problem with a cell site. When I first got into mobile, 2015, I'd see a list of cell sites that were down, and it would never change. Like, why is it down? And we didn't know. And I mean, quite often, more often than not, we would go there, and it turns out the landlord had turned the power off. But trying to get more visibility as to why certain things aren't working the way they should be, and the radio network has been a massive kind of demand. So we have our own in-house applications, but as I said, we work with loads of others. We've done a lot of testing with them. Today we provide our XApps with our RIC. Maybe I think tomorrow we might, in the future, a lot of customers are saying, hey, we're not using your RIC, but we want to use your XApps. We might offer them individually, but that's something we're kind of looking at right now. Here's a use case. I'm just going to fast forward through the animation, but if you imagine you want to create a slice in a hospital and you want to prioritize access to the hospital, so you can give a SIM that's got the right admission control so that the hospital devices, the hospital users, the nurses, doctors, the administrative people get priority in the network in the hospital. So on most days you might not need it, but that major incident where all of a sudden your hospital's inundated with people, you press that button and you know that everyone who works in that hospital is going to have continuously great communications. And that scales to other events. If there's a bridge collapses or something, you got lots of blue light services there. Press a button, give them priority, and not only do you know that you provisioned it, the RIC and the management platform is also measuring it and telling you that actually it's not just a provisioning act, they're actually getting that service at once. Experience-led, it's the #1 part of our strategy at Juniper, and that's why this part of the mobile network is so important to us. That's just one use case. There's many other use cases that we've done. RAN slice service assurance, so for gamers, create a slice for gamers, charge them a bit more money so that they get great latency and great connectivity. Gamers want to pay for it. I'm a gamer, I would pay for it. And if you want to play me at Fortnite, see me after the show. There are these use cases that allow us to offer this. There are these use cases that require something like the RIC to offer this sort of service. I'm going to skip on in the interest of time, but effectively, I look at this as and actually, let me just mention this one. This is another use case where we were turning certain components of the network off to save money. In any carrier network, they might have 8 or 9 different spectrum frequencies, so 1800 megahertz or 900 megahertz, 3200 megahertz, but only at peak times do they use them all. So turn some of them off, save some money. And let me tell you, the energy that a radio network uses is mind-blowing compared to every other technology in the network. I'm just going to skip on to GNCR, and I'll give a quick run through of what JCNR is. So JCNR, we have as part of the work we're doing in ORAN, we realized we needed a much greater routing capability in cloud platforms. So these are Kubernetes-based scale out, scale up platforms where the routing in Kubernetes, if you've ever done any work with Kubernetes, you find that the networking is something that they probably forgot about because there's no networking in it in reality. So if you're running a cloud platform or you want to put some of your Open RAN capability into a public cloud, or you've got your own private cloud, you need a routing capability that's much stronger than what Kubernetes and what the cloud providers currently give. So we created the cloud native router, so JCNR. It runs on Linux, on DPDK, on standard Intel. It can run in the cloud, in your own cloud, on your laptop if you really want to run it on your laptop. We've got DPDK, we've got SmartNIC support, and the most important part, we've got Junos. So it's a fully fledged, super amazing routing capability. No one else really has this capability. Many other vendors have got like a cloud router, but it's stripped down. They've cut half the functionality off. We've built this in. There's a couple of use cases that we see for it today. One is if you're virtualizing your RAN and you need a cell site router, you can run this on it, so you don't need a separate box, you don't need a separate management platform. You can scale up, scale out if you need to for whatever reason. You can put edge compute there. If you want to deliver content from a location, JCNR rather can be the front of it. And this is, as I say, it's built in Kubernetes. This is a super strong platform. It scales incredibly well, and the team working with Intel, who's one of our partners, we've done a fantastic job of making DPDK the kind of powerhouse that it needs to be. It's a very high-level overview. So yeah, we also do SRIOV, of course, but some of the key features we've got an IPv6 underlay. We can do SRv6, layer 3 VPNs, BGP, all the stuff that you need to run, and it's all managed by the Kubernetes master. And that's probably all I will say on this in the interest of time, but think of it as a virtual, highly scalable, Kubernetes-based cloud-native router, and that's what you've got. And we can integrate it into all the different clouds really easily, and it literally takes seconds to get up and running, and is a very strong capability. The other use case that network operators are looking for is to put this in front of the cloud platforms so that you can manage a customer's VPN into the cloud in a much better way. Quite often I get customers, enterprise customers saying, hey Neil, we moved to the cloud and the experience is worse. And if you think about, if you've ever done anything with the big public clouds, their focus is not networking. And in fact, they're really desperate for people to leverage this sort of technology because they're struggling with managing the routes between different customer domains inside the cloud, customer domains in multiple clouds, and then the customer domain outside the cloud. And they see this as a real barrier because it's really difficult to get it right. And when it goes wrong, it's really difficult to kind of understand it. With this, you've got all the power of Junos, all the network management, all the capabilities that you need. Your engineers know it. It's really easy to deploy. And with that, I'm going to stop there because I've ran out of time. Any more questions on JCNR? Happy to take them. And if you want to do a bit more of a deep dive on it, let us know. There's a lot of content on the website on this platform and on YouTube as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Really appreciate it. So guys, Neil's going to be here afterwards in the networking session, and that's really why we've created that networking session. You have direct access to all of these experts. Sit with them, have a drink, discuss all of your queries, have a one-on-one. They are here for you the entire afternoon for you to engage with. So we're now entering the panel discussion, which is going to be headed up by the General Manager for Networking in NEC Exxon, Anthony Lang. So Anthony joining us, and Anthony will get to other panelists introduced as soon as they're on. Okay. You'll just hand that over to them. Awesome. Big round of applause for Anthony.
Hey guys. Wow, these lights are bright. Thanks for the heads up. Firstly, thanks a lot to you guys for joining us. It's so awesome to be able to see guys face to face. I think we had 2 long years of not being able to interact. But I appreciate that it takes a whole day for you guys to come and attend the session, so hopefully it's valuable, and thanks again for your time. Obviously today was really about innovation, so we want to talk about technology, and I think you saw some cool stuff today. But I always try and translate that technology into what is the actual business benefit of deploying it, because if there's not a business benefit of doing it, then it's innovation for the sake of innovation. So I wanted to do a panel discussion intentionally so that I can ask some difficult questions to some of our speakers today to try and get an understanding of the cool stuff that they're talking about. What does it actually mean for their customers and you guys in the room to see if it's actually relevant for you. So having said that, I would like to invite onto the stage our panelists, who I'll get to introduce themselves in a second. So if you guys don't mind coming to grab a seat. So, yeah, where's Willem? Ah, there we go. So yeah, on top of thanking you guys for joining us today, I want to thank our speakers who've all traveled very far except Willem to be here today. Neil's traveled from London, Aisha's traveled all the way from America, from North Carolina. It's a long way, so appreciate it. Dave's come all the way from Barcelona. And I wanted to pick their brain in terms of some of the stuff they presented on today. But also, you know, the guys are here, they've traveled a long way, so if there's any questions you have, please, you know, take them to the side and chat to them. And hopefully we're going to have more sessions like this, but the time is right, the time is now, so if you have questions, please ask them. So, having said that, can I ask the panelists to please introduce themselves?
I'm Neil McRae.
Sorry.
Oh, we're using the mic, sorry. Yeah, I'm Neil McRae. I look after our strategic relationships with our product capabilities and what service providers are trying to deploy.
Can you maybe talk a little bit about your background as well?
Okay, my background then.
It's very relevant, that's why.
I've been in the service provider business since '92. I set up one of the first ISPs in the UK. You might have heard of it, called Demon Internet. He'd heard of it, if you've ever been there.
If you're from the UK, you've definitely heard of Demon Internet. I thought I'd been in the industry for a long time.
Yeah, we built the entire platform there out of open source. This was back in the 90s. So we're running GateD and FreeBSD, which is what kind of led to Juniper using FreeBSD. I've worked with Juniper for many years. Before that, I worked at BT, running technology there as well.
Thanks, Neil.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aisha. I'm in charge of ACX platform. You heard earlier about ACX 7000 portfolio. My history is that I have been in telecommunication industry for some time. I joined from Cisco and just joined right away in Juniper. And we're trying to do things better and learning from our mistakes.
Thank you, Aisha. So, is it on?
Oh, there we go.
So, David Nogarbao at Juniper Networks for 15 years now.
I think anybody who's ever attended one of our events must know David by now.
I'm always there, anywhere in the world, right?
Part of our South African family.
But I can tell you, well, I joined from a company that maybe some people remembers, Nortel. You remember Nortel Networks? I think Nortel was a victim of many things, but one of the things was also a victim of this technology change that made the wrong decisions, wrong time, wrong investments, and the company went that way. Fortunately, I left it before to a great company called Juniper Networks, where I've seen many of those transformations, right? And I think since I joined, all the packet optical has been a debate always on where is the separation. Different teams running BT, but many other companies that we have the optical group, the IP group, who takes care of this or that. So we came with solutions for that at the beginning. Virtualization, SD-WAN, I remember also playing a role there, helping PLM at Juniper to come with a message against MPLS IPVPN or in conjunction with. And nowadays, so I drive marketing with the Juniper Alliance with NEC. And I think this brings together two worlds, and I'm very excited about that. So thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Good afternoon. My name is Willem Wenzel. Currently, I'm appointed GM for Business Development and Solutions Architecture, looking after the communication cluster and also see how to integrate all the wonderful technologies we have. Background, as many of the older people here, started out in telecom, moved to NEC in 1993. I have been responsible for many technologies, including weather computing, AFIS, fiber, IP, lots of things. And my passion is obviously communication, and hence the fact that I'm part of the communication cluster. So thank you for attending today. We really do appreciate your time spent with us.
Thanks, Willem. And for those who haven't met me, my name's Anthony Lang. I run the networking business for NECX for Sub-Saharan Africa. And a bit on my background, I was saying I thought I'd been in the industry for a long time. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I thought I'd been in the industry for a long time. I worked it out yesterday in prep for this session. I started working with Juniper in 1999. But it turns out Neil's been in the industry even longer than I have. And we've had a long, happy relationship and partnership with Juniper. In fact, next year will mark our 20-year anniversary of our partnership with Juniper. So thank you for that partnership, and thank you to all our customers for the support over that time. I think our very first Juniper customer is sitting right here in front. So thank you for your business. I will mention it's Vox. Thank you, Chris, and Keith, for your business. It's been a long journey and hopefully continue to be a long and exciting one. So having said that, over the last 20 years, I think things have changed a lot in this industry. You started a dial-up business, and then we moved to ADSL, moved to fixed. There was a time when I got into the industry where selling connectivity was highly profitable and it was an easy business to do. And I think over the last 20 years, that's changed considerably. So Neil, I know you've been at multiple companies, including recently at BT. You've started your own ISP, and you obviously get exposure to a lot of ISPs around the world. There's obviously a fundamental shift that has to happen in the telco space, because just selling connectivity is not profitable anymore. So from your experience in terms of things like the speed has absolutely skyrocketed from what customers expect and what's delivered, but the expectation in terms of what they're willing to pay is much lower. So how are service providers trying to stay relevant? What's working and what's not working, and how is the telco space going to continue to be profitable?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of go back to what I said this morning, which is I think our customers actually want us to do more for them. When I used to go out and talk to enterprise customers in particular, and they'd say, "Why don't you guys do this service?" And And I think having that customer dialogue about, where we've got skills and where we've got right to play. And I think one of the and it sounds obvious, but it's probably harder than most people realize. But the next step for many service providers and telcos to work in is, I think, security. First of all, it's a similar vendor space. In Juniper, we've got a great set of security propositions, and it's built into the Metro platform as well. Being able to offer more security services where, there's not a CIO or CEO that, doesn't want to wake up to that we've been hacked and all the data's out in the world. It's a service that provides a lot of value, and a service that frankly is never going to go away. And I'd really encourage everyone to start thinking about that. And there's a double win out of it, which is not only you're selling services, but you yourself have to become better at security as well. And we had a telco in the UK called TalkTalk that had a massive security incident that kind of killed their business because no one trusted them anymore. So, keep your own platform secure, learn what sell what you learn from that to customers, and I think they'll bite your hand off for it. Is kind of the experience that I've got.
Thanks, Neil. And obviously that's talking about selling a new service, which is security to end customers. But I think there's also another way, which is optimizing the network that you already have, obviously, to reduce your costs so that you can still remain profitable. And I think, especially there's a lot of growth in the mobile space, and traditionally our partnership with Juniper has been focused predominantly on the fixed networks. And even recently, where we do play in the mobile space, it's mainly just for the IP transport piece. But I think now with the Open RAN stuff that you spoke about earlier, there's actually an opportunity for us now as NEC and Juniper in the partnership to become relevant in that mobile space. And maybe you can sort of explain why all of a sudden, 5 years ago we weren't relevant in the mobile space, but now we are, and maybe why is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, mobile network. To give an example, so and sorry, I'll blab on about the UK because of the numbers I know really well. But so BT's network in the UK would peak at 35 terabits a second. The mobile network wouldn't even hit 1 terabit a second, right? And this was kind of 4G. Now, 5G brings along these massive flows that suddenly can appear anywhere. So you have someone watching, super high definition in Glasgow, and then he's on a train, and suddenly he's in Edinburgh, right? And in the fixed network, we're experts at managing that. We've built networks that can scale to that. We know BGP. We know how to build, all the components of a network, how to scale it, how to make sure the signaling's there. Mobile operators tend to have less of that experience, and I think that with things like JCNR and with the RIC, we can take some of that SDN learning and some of that control plane learning that we've got and bring that to mobile operators as a kind of partnership to work with them. And 5G, every base station's typically going to have 10 gigabits per second to it, probably more as time progresses. So I think that's how the fixed network is becoming relevant again when it comes to mobile providers and things like, more and more nomadic type capabilities where, a department store will set up a pop-up shop and they need connectivity tomorrow. You're not going to build that with fixed, so how can you build it with a mobile network with fixed wireless access as well, which, I know there's a lot of that going on in this region as well.
Interesting.
But you're right. The first place to start is run a great ship yourself. Have the as my friend who's a sailor, have the cleanest deck. If you're running the most optimal network, you've got a cost advantage, and you can play that cost advantage.
Yeah, understood. And I mean, coming back to, I'm going to ask you a tough question, which I didn't prepare you for now. So, Open RAN, everybody's looking to Open RAN as a cheaper alternative to the three major vendors out there at the moment. But from my experience, Open RAN is actually not cheaper. But so what would be the motivation for somebody to move to Open RAN? You kind of touched on a couple of the points there, but what would be the benefit for an operator to choose Open RAN over a traditional network when the costs are similar?
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, you've got choice, and you've got, if you're a, smaller fish in the pond and you're trying to knock on Ericsson's door, that's going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
And actually, we saw that in recently. But if you want to build, there are certain, and this is my point about going beyond the smartphone. There are certain networks that don't exist today that need to exist, and I'm talking about in places like, buildings like this where we've got some element of coverage, but it's pretty ropey, right? Yeah. There's manufacturing where you could build an Open RAN solution as an extension of your fixed network and not even be a mobile operator at all. And Open RAN, just allows more people to enter the industry, both in the vendor side, but also in the service provider side. But then there's the other simple thing around, for us in Juniper, is you spend a ton of money on 4G and 5G investment. The RIC allows you to literally extract every penny of that investment and get the most out of it. And I think that's what's compelling. And in a world where the market starts to mature and you're fighting for customers rather than growing with new customers, that only becomes much more important. And then the other aspects of RIC, it's kind of like the iPhone. When it was launched, no one thought you would be using the iPhone for ordering a taxi. By making this ecosystem available, there'll be some developers that do cool stuff with it that we as telcos probably wouldn't think of. So, Open RAN for me is around being able to create more services to sell to the customers that you've already got, and create new customer opportunities. If you're focused on it to save money, you might save 1 or 2%, 3% if you're lucky, but it's not gonna transform your operating costs, unfortunately.
Cool. Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, and I think it's an important myth to overcome to think that Open RAN is going to give you a cheaper network. I think it gives you that platform, which gives you a platform for more competition. You can have a small startup developing something, and to be able to deploy it where previously that wouldn't be possible, and to give you that ability to innovate quickly.
Exactly.
So, and everybody always talks about this. I had a chat with the CTO from a big mobile operator that operates all over the world, and they said they're waiting for that killer use case, and that's really what Open RAN enables, is the ability to be able to deploy that killer use case. What that killer use case is, I think, still to be determined. And one of the discussions we had yesterday was, I think it's going to vary from region to region.
Yeah.
So, we're looking at potentially what innovation we can do on top of Open RAN that's unique to Africa. And it's that's what opens up, that's for me where the real benefit of Open RAN comes in.
And the obvious place there is fixed wireless access, where you're trying to connect lots of people in great distances. And I think ORAN and the RIC can play a big part in doing that.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Neil. So moving over to Aisha.
Yes.
So thank you very much for traveling all the way from America, firstly. I met Aisha at Juniper's HQ in Sunnyvale a couple of weeks ago now. Was it months? Wow, geez, time flies. And I asked a very random question, and I got a very thorough answer, so thorough that I insisted on having her here in South Africa today. So I'm going to ask her that question, just worded slightly differently, because I think it was something that was really interesting to me, and I think it might be interesting to you guys. So obviously Juniper is famous for making hardware-based appliances. I mean, that's kind of where they started. They developed their own ASICs. And recently we've seen a shift away towards merchant silicon. So my question to Aisha was, Juniper's already developed this ASIC. It obviously has high capacity, low power consumption, all these things. Why don't they put that ASIC into all of their devices all the way down to the edge, instead of using merchant silicon? So, having said that, can I maybe ask you to elaborate a bit on what is Juniper's strategy in terms of merchant silicon, and why that instead of ASICs?
Well, we fundamentally believe that there's a chipset to do the job right. We are playing in the market with both merchant silicon as well as home-based silicon. And wherever it makes sense, we are deploying our own home-based silicon. And where it makes sense, we are doing the merchant silicon. When I talk about metro market, if you notice in the metro market, you need to care about cost, you need to care about time to market, you need to care about the good enough efficiency, and pipeline kind of of architecture. So all these benefits you're able to get through Broadcom chipset, which is able to offer a variety in terms of low-end and high-end use cases with the enriched set of chipsets that they are able to offer. It offers us the right cost structure, and of course, you guys care about our pricing. So that's very, very relevant to the metro, especially when you're deploying a huge volume of the routers in the network. And time to market is very critical. And I would say that we are not alone in this journey. There are many vendors which are using Broadcom merchant silicon, especially in the metro domain, for the very right reasons. And we at Juniper are using our ASIC 7000 family with the silicon chipset from the Broadcom with that philosophy. And we are marching towards, with a full throttle and full speed, we're thinking that we're able to evolve in the metro with this Broadcom chipset. Now, when it comes to our home-based silicon, it is good. It is good like a Swiss Army knife kind of approach. But if you need just good enough functionality, then Broadcom chipset can do the job, especially for the metro market for the right pricing reasons. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think in conclusion, my simple way of understanding it is that Juniper's traditionally been very good at the core and aggregation, but as you go further towards the edge, it became challenging in terms of price and functionality. And I think that's where the merchant silicon together with ACX gives it that perfect price point, and like you said, just good enough in terms of the features that you need at the edge. But then it means that you can push that Junos capability much closer to the customer towards the edge.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about your $1,000 box, but keep your eyes peeled. I know I shouldn't have mentioned that, but there's some exciting stuff coming in terms of the ACX product portfolio. And I think, in Africa we have a unique challenge, which is that we've got very big geographies and our networks are very distributed, which is quite different to some of the European, US markets where they have huge densities. So they can get away with fewer, bigger boxes where we need more devices and they need to be further towards the edge. And this is really where the ACX is a sweet spot for us. And this is something that Juniper is focusing on heavily. So I think the ACX platform will become more and more relevant for us as we get closer to the customer and expand networks into Africa. So thank you for joining us and explaining that. So the other question I have for you, so Juniper has made a bunch of really interesting announcements recently about AI and automation. Can you maybe elaborate on what the benefits are of this AI and automation specifically for our customers and obviously the impact that onto their customers as well?
Absolutely. Automation is the new hype everywhere. But at Juniper, what we are trying to do is we are doing the AI enablement all across, whether you take our DC portfolio, whether you take SP portfolio or enterprise. The common denominator is AI-enabled platforms. And that is the direction that we have from our leadership and from our company. And it's very much relevant for us to stay competitive and innovative, that we stay on this path. Now, when it comes to Cloud Metro solution as a whole, it is built on the fundamentals that we learned from the Wi-Fi controller, which is MIST, which is very well known, very well established, and cherished in the market in the SP and then enterprise. We are taking the same controller and leveraging it on our own Cloud Metro. So we really not in reinventing anything new. We just leveraging the established solution. And that is helping us to help our end customers with achieving outcomes. And all of our focus on developing solutions around use cases and giving you the right outcomes. So when it comes to benefiting the consumers like you, the key benefit that you can get is the market share. You can create a distinction just like we are trying to create a distinction. You can also simplify your operations. Networks are getting complex, so you need automation in play and the automation that does the job right. You also can use the automation to reduce the errors that could otherwise be more prone when a human touch is there. And you can identify the issues before even the user gets notified because the network is intelligent enough. And sometimes the networks are so complex that it's not easy to identify the issues. So if you have AI-enabled automation, ML-trained automation built in, you're able to identify issues in less amount of time than a human would. And deployment use cases that I'll talk later, and also the management use cases you can easily deploy in minutes instead of hours or days or weeks or months. So it will make your life easy, your employees' life easy, and you can focus your operators' strengths on other strategic plans rather than day-to-day mandate tasks. And last but not the least, it is very important to make the network stable and more robust, and automation is needed to make it happen. So that is our key focus at Juniper.
Thank you. I think the automation thing is really important to me. And if I look at a trend in all of our customers, we're seeing that they have less resources, they want to put less people on the ground, and they want to simplify their networks, and automation is absolutely essential for us to be able to do that. So I'm very excited to see Juniper putting huge investment into that, and there's some exciting stuff coming. So, yeah.
Yeah, we were serious about it. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, it's absolutely essential to be able to scale networks and to reduce their complexity.
I just wanted to say, so our Mist product grew 100% last year. 100%. So this is where we're putting Wi-Fi into places like this. You put it in there, you forget about it. It just works. And we're taking all of that learning and putting it into the service provider business. And when you've seen Mist operate, I mean, as a sales guy, when you're trying to sell it, no one believes you. You've kind of got to put it in there.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, they're like, holy shit, how do I get this rolled out everywhere? Because the difference the AI brings to it is insane. And that is what we want to bring to every part of the network.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of demos when I was in Sunnyvale and at Mobile World Congress, and it's that automation and automatic troubleshooting that they developed on the Mist platform, which is now extending into the ACX and the router domain, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that, Neil and Aisha. So, David, moving on to you. So, Juniper is very well known for core routers and aggregation, but they also do data center switching. And I think maybe Juniper's less well known for that. But recently, Juniper made an acquisition of a company called Apstra, which is obviously a multi-vendor automation tool for the data center. So why do you think, why is this so exciting for Juniper in the data center space?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think at Juniper, first we believe we changed the game in the data center. Putting the focus always on what is the biggest problem to solve. I think at the time where we were playing at switching, security, routing, but switching was the key problem to solve at the data center at the time. Remember the time we had to deal with those broadcast storms and those. So this is not that long time ago, but obviously we came with protocols, with ideas, with solutions, with all these data center fabric concept. So you don't need to take care of that. So we move now into the next big problem. And here the next big problem now is not about the speed of the ports, or it's not about, about which technology used here or there. It's more about the operations. Remember I did a quick query at the beginning, how many people is using data center? Still not enough companies that have their own data center, because people is afraid of data center. They know it's a very complex wall. And to be honest, the cloud works very well. When you do the economics of the cloud, you see that already many companies are repatriating loads of applications and compute back into their company, because at the end of the month, they pay huge amounts of dollars to the cloud providers, the public cloud providers, and they see that they can run those things that are very stable, that you know exactly that you will be running every day, 24 hours. Probably a better place is to run it at home. Those things that have spikes and you need to book and debook parts, probably public cloud does a good job. So then this was the new mission, the new task. Our acquisition is to bring the same look and feel experience, ultimately. When you manage a data center, when you offer, as a company, IT department, you offer a data center to your application managers, you want to offer something that is competitive of what those application managers would find in the cloud provider. Agility, reliability, speed, security. All those things need to be there. And this is why Apstra is so critical. And we are now focusing on fixing that problem. So the experience.
Thanks, that was very comprehensive. I think a real world example of where Apstra is really beneficial, we have an enterprise customer that has an existing data center from a different vendor. And they're looking at moving towards Juniper, but now they've got a massive challenge, which is they've got Cisco skills. Oh, I said it, Cisco skills already. And now if they want to put Juniper's equipment in, they need to get Juniper skills as well. And now they have to have double the kind of resourcing. They have to do all this training and enablement. But if they deploy Apstra, the Apstra can actually manage the existing Cisco data center, and then you can slot in the Juniper equipment, and it can give you a common interface across multiple vendors. So it's a nice way to migrate or to add additional vendors into your network. Gives you a lot more flexibility, moving forward. And similarly, then if that same customer next year says, well, Arista's got a really interesting switching platform, they can deploy that, and it can still be managed through Apstra without having to go through a whole training and enablement exercise.
Absolutely. This is what I refer to as change management, right? So it's literally now your team is not focused on vendor A or B or C. It's more on the operations, and it's this desired outcome that you can program into the Apstra platform. Yeah.
Thanks, Dave. And I think ultimately, again, it comes back to the automation. Less complexity, less resources, more agility. It's reducing your cost, but also meaning that you can get products to market quicker. So, these are the real business benefits that come from automation. I think automation is something that's a no-brainer, but it's always something that's been very difficult to get right. And I think Juniper's finally getting to the point now where we're starting to see that it becomes a real-world benefit.
Let me say just 3 main reasons for automating, and this could apply also into our private lives. So I think one is, first of all, automation doesn't come it's not something you buy, the automation. You buy the tool that helps you to automate. You buy the infrastructure that can be automated. Someone needs to do that. And this is why we need to train engineers. Companies like Exxon or NEC Exxon, they are experts in automating things. But we bring the tool, you help customers to automate. So I think that's the first set that we need to say. It's not something you go, after this session, you go and buy automation. Not really. You need to buy the skills and have the right tools. Areas for automation, there are probably 2 main reasons, let's say. So once you understand that who can automate things, 2 main reasons. One is automate things that you do very often, and it takes a lot of resources. Things that you do every day, several times. So those things should happen automatically. And I think there is no brainer. So there are things that can be automated. It may take time, but the payback, it's very quick because it happens many times. The second thing where you want to automate are critical things. Things that you do maybe once a year, doesn't matter, but if it's critical, if it can burn your company, then probably you have 0 tolerance on a human error. So this is what you also want to automate. So very critical infrastructure, things that you repeat many times. A nice to have is automate everything, things that, hey, just for the fun of having it. So I think you won't never have the resources to automate things that you don't need, but once you have automated the critical ones, then you can start thinking on releasing resources by doing that, and ultimately generating this better experience. But I think that's our ultimate goal. So provide the best experience. Application experience is not just the access or the network or the metro. The application sits in a data center. We want to control it end-to-end, and this is why data center plays a key role on this end-to-end experience.
Thanks, Dave. Lastly, moving over to Willem. So we spoke a lot about Open RAN, and obviously, we as NEC were deployed the first commercial Open RAN network in the world in Japan for a company called Rakuten. And obviously, it's part of our global strategy. And we're seeing a lot of innovation in the space, and I already addressed the fact that it's not cheaper, but it gives you a lot more flexibility. So certainly some of the opportunities that we're looking at where it's a greenfields network, it's an absolute no-brainer to go for Open RAN. But Open RAN also brings some complexities and some challenges. By its very nature, it's multi-vendor. So you need somebody that can take all of these different components and stick them together and make them work. And you need still somebody to provide that single throat to choke, because if something breaks, you need to know who to go to. So we as NEC globally, and obviously us as NEC Exxon in South Africa, are positioning ourselves to be relevant in the Open RAN space. So maybe, Willem, why do you think now NEC Exxon can compete against the big guys like Nokia and Ericsson and Huawei in the mobile space? And why is NEC Exxon so well positioned to help customers move to Open RAN?
So, just listening to the comments from you guys about the cost affordability on Open RAN, if one mentions Open RAN, the general perception is it's 5G. Okay, so Open RAN as architecture is 40% cheaper than traditional RAN. That's a fact. We have competed successfully against the four big ones, where it was proven. We've got the success story to back that.
And that's for
if
greenfield,
you look,
right? Let's
if you
be
look
clear.
at the business case to deploy 5G, then yes, there's no saving, because the user interface, your mobile handset, is $40,000. But if you do fixed wireless access, you can get UE sub $150, which makes the thing work. Then second to that, on the Open RAN platform, on the same machine, you've got the ability to deploy 2, 3, and 4G. Now, 4G downwards, yes, Open RAN is a much cheaper methodology. Then how do we compete? Speaking about automation and artificial intelligence, the ecosystem that we, NEC Exxon, in conjunction with Japan, Rakuten, have developed already deploys a fully fledged automated provisioning platform, which means in the past, once you want to activate a service, it would take you anything from a highly qualified engineer with 2 people supporting him 2 to 3 days to get a service working on a site, especially if it's a multiple site with different bands, opposed to the Open RAN on SimWorld, which is the OSS layer in our ecosystem, where on 5G it takes you 4 minutes to do the same work, automated in 8 minutes on 4G, which brings about a huge OPEX cost saving. And then secondly, we have built in, and using Juniper RIC in the solution, AI capability to do predictive maintenance, which essentially also give you between a 30 to 35% saving on manpower, because you will know what boot spares to carry, etc., etc. So overall, depending on the use case and the business case you look at, there could be, not economical saving, but for Africa, definitely there are, because 5G from a user interface at this point in time doesn't make sense. Fixed wireless access, yes, it makes sense, but on Open RAN we can accommodate 2, 3, and 4G, which make that business case well suited in the environment where we operate.
Thanks. And there was a point there I was trying to lead you down to, but I'm going to mention it anyway, which is the reason that we're relevant in the Open RAN space. Firstly, we have a big team of technical expertise that does systems integration. But what sets us apart from the guys like Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, is that they obviously have a vested interest to sell their own product. Whereas we don't provide any, we provide multiple components of that solution. We can provide best of breed and then integrated. So NEC globally is kind of uniquely positioned because we have the systems integration capability, but we also don't have a vested interest in maintaining existing equipment. And I think that's putting us in a very favorable position with a lot of the operators that we're speaking to, because we are truly independent in terms of helping them with their Open RAN strategy.
Yeah, I think, Anthony, that's a very valid point, because the big problem that people and the big MNOs have is, what do I do with this legacy kit? And because we've got that experience to integrate not only the new innovative and sexy stuff into a solution, we can accommodate in our ecosystem their legacy network, and as they migrate and sweat the asset over time, we can take it into Open RAN and open platform totally. They don't have to reinvest or scrap equipment which haven't had their end of life in terms of economics.
Thanks. Yeah, and obviously, just in conclusion, we're seeing a lot of operators move towards this multi-vendor, disaggregation, openness, but they're still looking for that single throat to choke, and that's where we sort of fitting into that sweet spot. And we have a fully functional Open RAN lab at our head office in Midrand, so if you guys want to come and see it, you're more than welcome to.
Connecting to the UK, by the way.
Yeah, including Juniper's RIC. And as and when the new technology becomes available, we'll obviously integrate it into the lab as well. So it's for us to gain experience and for us to do demos. So you guys are more than welcome to come and play and have a look and see an actual working Open RAN environment. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much for your time and expertise. And thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're expecting load shedding to switch over any second now. So we're just miking up. Aisha's mic'd up already. So we're just getting the second speaker mic'd up. So if you can just give us 2 minutes and then we'll get them on stage. We can switch to Aisha's presentation in the meanwhile. Ladies and gentlemen, also we would like to thank the online streaming community. We'll be ending the online stream at this moment due to the information that Aisha will be sharing, and will only be handled in the room. So thank you again for joining us online. We really appreciate it. We've had an amazing online attendance, so thanks so much for that. We will have this video available afterwards on YouTube for you to share, and also contact us if you need further information. So Aisha, I'm going to hand over to you. So if we do get cut off, you'll see the power go off. It takes about 15 seconds to cycle. So Aisha, you can continue if the power shuts.